Hello everybody, we are live with day 7 of NaNoWriMo. After today we've been doing NaNoWriMo, 25% of NaNoWriMo, and well, it's been a week and I hope you guys are doing as well as I thought I was until my brain stopped working from the very beginning of this live stream. Yes. Okay. I have a chat message here that should be up now. All right. Why don't we just jump straight into it? Thank you, Google, for letting me know that I was indeed live. That's very, very nice to hear. Right. Why don't we just jump straight into it? Why is the music not working? Hello? Oh. Yes, it was working. Just, it was in my headphones, not my speakers. So, where are we in the story? We are... Well, we started chapter 5 yesterday. And... Chapter 5 here, so... We got Vesper up from the catacombs where she was stuck in the dark, and she found Lemon, and now she's sort of she is in her and Afaya's room. I don't quite know how I want Afaya's name to be pronounced, so we go a little bit back and forth. Afaya. So yeah, we are in their room. Afaya is has been healing Vesper. And now Vesper has been begging Afaya to heal Lemon as well. And we have, for the first time, Lemon has a name. Hey, Sarah Norval, welcome to the chat. I don't think I've seen you in the chat. And welcome to the stream. Sarah saying, writing alongside someone else is very motivating. Thank you for making these streams. Ah, that makes me feel so good. Thank you for making that comment. And I love it. I love to hear that people are writing alongside me in my live streams. How are you doing? How is your NaNoWriMo doing? But yeah, so that's pretty much where we were. We've almost done 40 handwritten pages at this point, which is very nice. I have no idea if the book is gonna end up short or long or something in between. Sarah saying I'm on chapter 3, long-ish chapters. Going well so far. Nice. Good to hear that. And what is your story about, if I may be so bold? So yeah, I was looking at Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or the Sorcerer's Stone, if you're American. And after the stream yesterday, just to get a feel for the book, and it turns out that actually the amount of words in that book is, at least in the book that I have, is pretty much one page corresponds to one page in this that I'm writing. But her chapters are way longer. She's in at 40 pages. She's in chapter 3, and I've been including the prologue. I mean, I would say that the chapters I've been writing are, give or take, 7 pages long on average, so that's interesting. And I just sort of realized I don't know how good I am at describing things like the way they look and feel. Retelling the story of Henry VIII's 6 wives, but in space. Oh, that sounds interesting. So we've got some sci-fi going on. Cool. cheers to that. Good to have you here on the stream. And okay, let's get going. So, should we read a little bit before? So yeah, Vesper here says, and I love Lemon as well. Didn't you just find it a couple of days ago? Lemon is of course her budgie, her yellow bird that she found in the catacombs, in the dark catacombs. Him, Vesper said firmly. I found him. I don't care that it was only a couple of days ago. I know that I love him already. Didn't you say that you loved me from the moment that you saw me? I believe it was. That you found me. So this is also where we reveal that Vesper and Afia aren't actually sisters. In case it wasn't obvious, based on their size and general looks. Afia stopped her healing and looked into the bright copper eyes of her little sister, holding the fragile little bird. The copper looked angry. There was a word here that's missing. The copper looked. I don't know what that word was. Word missing. Word. Hello. Missing. That must be part 6. Anyway, the couple looked something. Angry even, behind a thin veil of beginning tears. She was right. Afia couldn't deny it. From the moment that Afia had picked up and held Vesper, the tiniest little babe she had ever seen, she knew that it was love and couldn't let her go. Not even to obey orders from the paladin that she squired back then. Wow, there's a lot of words missing here. A smile spread across Afia's face as she thought about that. She may have been older than what Vesper was now, though still too young, maybe too young. But she could clearly see the resemblance to what she herself must have looked like back then as Vesper sat there with the poor yellow bird in her arms, or in her hands. Okay, Afia said in admitted defeat. What do you suggest that we do? Vesper looked at Lemon in her hands. He gave a weak whistle amid his fluff. I don't know. I don't know, she said with a hint of surprise at her sister giving up so easily. I just know that you have to do something, because Lemon promised to be my friend and companion on all my adventures, and I don't want to lose my friend now that I finally have one. Vesper could feel another set of tears announcing their arrival. Not knowing what to say, Afia simply looked at her little sister and began running her fingers through Vesper's crimson locks. Maybe, Vesper said, not really paying attention to what her older sister was doing. Maybe you could use the... We're gonna start today's writing session. Use the blessed water. That you were gonna use on me. You were gonna use on me. Okay, and we're off. All right. So of course the blessed water is I'm not really sure why this is a little bit crooked. I feel like it shouldn't be. Oh, maybe that's why. maybe there. I don't know. It annoys me a bit when things aren't straight, when they're crooked. So of course the Blessed Water was intended for Vesper, and other than that, it's intended for the Paladins and their mission. If we go over here to our chapter overview, and I have kind of hope that we don't get to chapter 6 yet, because as you can see, I haven't updated that. Or 7 or 8. We've only gone to 5. So yeah, there is a reiteration of the Paladin's general mission of cleansing the dead lands and rivers around the Black River's keep with the Blessed Water. And then should probably hide the fact that the Paladins already know about Temple of the Drowned, because why would a parent essentially let their child in on that? All right. So yeah, we want Vesper here to. We want a fire here to like say that's not gonna happen, and then Vesper to beg and say you have to do it. I don't think so. A fire denied. Well, and then a fire is gonna come around anyway. We might have a little repeat here of what's going to happen. Like this is probably. Oh, whoops! Wow, we start off great with the changing of scenes again. Wonderful. I don't think so. If I denied. Hi, chapter Arwin. Hi, chapter Arwin. Gave me that specifically. Specifically for you, C. Everyone can see that's a C. Specifically to heal your wounds. And I want this to be. I think we want to have some, when she starts healing Lemon, we want to have some, some description that a fire can feel the wounds and where they are underneath the feathers. Maybe that's a couple of broken feathers here and there, and of course she needs to put the wing back in its socket. But I don't think I want Lemon to be on the brink of death here, even though Afaya said that she's not sure she's going to survive any longer, because I want that to happen later, and I don't want a repeat of the same event, basically. But yeah, I was thinking. Actually, I was thinking here. There's no reason to take that. The Paladin's healing abilities, and maybe Vesper's missing ability to feel the water. So we would have some sort of description here that she wants to become a Paladin so much, but she does not have what it takes, Afire at this point, when she was 12, was much more proficient in the ways of that. Because I think it can create a pretty good conflict, at least, maybe not in this book, but at least in book 2 or 3, as Vesper gets older. I want to have like a 3 to 5 year time gap between the trilogy books. I know we still have to do this one first, but you know, thinking ahead is sometimes cool and fun. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a point of contention that Vesper cannot feel the waters, and I want her to learn to heal using earth magic, basically, which is heresy in the eyes of teachings of the 5 pillars. But yeah, I want that to happen. Because again, so that's like 2 conflicts for the price of 1. Oh, Arwing. There's no G in Arwen. We do not use it. We do not use it on animals. Besides, the High Chapter told me to bring any excess water back. Told me to bring any excess water back. Bring any excess blessed water back. Blessed. It's not just water, it's blessed water. Blessed. For use to cleanse the land. To cleanse the lands. I did have a thought here, like maybe in the beginning here. Oh, freaking fraggedy frack. I forgot to do that again. In the beginning, as Renaith is inspecting the black soil, like I should probably have some sort of, like, he is a champion, so it would be nice to give him an explanation of to like how strong he is. And one way I thought could be cool was that if he, like, when he walked, you know, color came back to the ground and the grass, flowers. More description. But like this land here is so dead that that's not even happening really. On strength. strength. Footsteps / touch. Bring life. Something like that. That could be kind of cool to add at some point. Once we begin the editing and revision process. To cleanse these black lands, these dead lands. Dead lands and the rivers. Just dead lands and rivers. Okay, so how do we make Vesper big without saying what we just have said? That I don't want to. She doesn't want to lose her friend now that you finally have one. I did have a note about something. That was not it. Okay. No, that was not it. I mean, there's the standard, please, I won't tell. And can you see he needs it? Yeah, let's just go with that. Let's not get too hung up on things, of course. This is NaNoWriMo and we need to move forward, even though we are doing quite well with being 2 days ahead of schedule. But I would like to extend that. Oh, please. Oops. Oh, please. Oh, please, sister. Man, that's a lot of commas. Hey, Kai is in the chat. Hello, 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 Kai. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. And you made it so much earlier to the stream today. Let's go. I thought it was Thursday all day. Maybe that's because you slept all Thursday away. Vesper pleaded. I won't tell anyone. It is not about you telling them. It's not about you telling people or not. I can handle people. It sounded as if sounded I said I had to hot glue my shoe together because I'm broke and it came apart, so I super glued them together and that lasted less time. So I'm gonna need to re-hot glue them back together. Oh my god, justice for Kai's financial situation. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. What? That's terrible. I hope you get some new shoes soon. Or justice for your financial situation. What? Wow, that's horrible, man. But yeah, justice for your financial situation. Anyway, here it sounded as if a lecture was about to come up. I need a job. I could use a job as well, to be honest. But it's tough finding something, I feel like. Being a paladin is about doing what's best for the greater good, doing what's best for the greater good. Oh, not this PG. Greater good. I didn't write yesterday. Uh-oh. No. Okay, it happens. Just don't beat yourself up that you miss a day or some days or whatever. And also, I know you said that you're doing NaNoWriMo, but try to use it as a motivational tool, I think, instead of a challenge that absolutely needs to happen to be done. Especially when you got a lot of other stuff going on. Like, I don't. So, I mean, I was like, I might as well live stream everything that I can. And do some steady progress. But yeah, if I had a job, I don't know if I would have written this much every day. Probably not. And then I would most likely come towards the end of the month, just be like, shit, I need to write 20,000 words in 2 days. And I don't know how that would have turned out. I think the motivational benefits of NaNoWriMo is amazing and probably the best aspect of it. Um, setting aside your personal personal and then Vesper is Vesper was quick to catch on and interrupt. I think this is a fun little way of saying that that Vesper is Vesper is being raised by a fire. Tell a lie. I wrote an idea of a torture method. That's not good. It can be good in the context of a really exciting book. It's probably bad if it's in the context of real life. So, moving on quickly from that. So you did write something yesterday. That's nice. Was quick to catch on and interrupt. Boop. But look at him. He's so small. So small, so he won't require much blessed water. So he won't require much much. It smells like food and I'm starving. Hopefully the food smell is food for you. So it won't require much of the blessed water of the she kept on reasoning. Oops. She kept on reasoning. And what other reasons? Please, a fire. Please. Easiest dialogue of my life. And then I fail to write it. Please. A fire was terribly bad. A fire was terribly bad at fending off her little sister. Hey, that was page 39. Oh yeah. And that means we're going to page 40. Oh yes. And when do we meet page 9? We meet page day 9 down there. All right. That's almost exactly 5 pages actually. Interesting. Little fending off a little sister. When she so I just need to change my table positioning a little bit. When she sent her those eyes, those big eyes. It was like the saddest and cutest puppy she'd ever seen. She had ever and the look masterfully pierced her heart. Every time. Like an adorable assassin. Oh my god, you can't see what I'm writing. Oh, for freaking... I'm not even that tired today. Yeah, a new page, says Kai. Wahoo! I'm not even that tired today. And I just keep doing what I did yesterday, where you guys can't actually see what I'm freaking writing. Ugh. Because I'm forgetting to change scenes, or that time it was too far up. What a great live streamer I am. This adorable assassin. Does that make sense? Adorable. And this. And this adorable assassin had plenty years of practice. adorable assassin, had plenty of practice. And if I could feel her. What the hell's happening here? If I could feel herself caving. Could already feel herself. Herself caving. I'm not sure, so I want, in order to avoid Vespa saying that Lemon is the friend that she finally found, I think I want to have her say like, I won't, if you do this, I won't be as lonely when you're out on missions. Vespa, please don't do this. Please don't make me the bad guy here. Fire said in a final, in a last ditch effort. Final said in a last ditch effort. In a last ditch effort. Last ditch effort to in A. To deny Thesaurus, deny to refuse, turn down, maybe. Her little sister. Yes, so we I'm already all right. Vespa press on. Knowing that victory was near. That victory was near. And we already have so much blessed water. in the Great Reservoir, in the temple of the temple. And can't we just make more? So we have a little bit of lore here, a little bit of world building, and we just make more. It's not that simple. The angels have to bring it. The angels have to and then it have to be transported all the way from Havenbring. Have to be transported. Go all the way from Havenbring. Which can be dangerous. Which can be a dangerous travel. Which can be a dangerous travel for a cargo. Shipment is better, I think. For a shipment so valuable. Dot dot. But if you save him, I won't feel as lonely. As lonely when you're out on missions. And Vesper stopped herself. Stopped herself mid-sentence. Vesper stopped herself mid-sentence. She didn't plan on telling her sister this. Her sister that nope, sort of just it just came blurting out. Vesper looked back down. To Lemon. To Lemon lying in her hand. No, just a lemon. A pause. No one knew what to say. No one said anything for a while. Afaya reached for Afaya reached for Vesper's hair again. But stopped herself. Are you really that lonely? She then asked. With concern. A fire was always afraid of that. Knowing how much younger Vesper was than everyone. Okay, then we need a reason why there are no children at the castle. I feel like we do need a reason why. Then everyone at the keep. The fire had campaigned. That sounds very political. Campaign then. Pushed for. Had tried pushing for. Pushing for younger squires. Enrolled. Obviously enrolled. Be accepted. Whoops. To be but no one other than her seem to have a reason. Could see a reason. When Squirehood had always required 5 years of training. Required 5 years of training. In accordance with the pillars. In accordance. Five pillars. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In accordance with the 5 pillars. And then I think we can here allude to a fire, because in my background lore, a fire did squirehood training twice. Because of her refusing to give up Vespa. So it was like the night of her ascendant ceremony to Paladin. She was by far the best. She was better. Her ability was way better than most Paladins at fire. But as a punishment for keeping Vespa, she was set back 5 more years. But I don't want that to be part of this story. I think just that we allude to the fact that Afaya, despite her abilities, had to do 2 rounds of training because of that. So we can say like Afaya had been an outlier with her 5 years of extra training. 5 years. Training. 5 years of extra training. But that wasn't because of her abilities. Far from it. And the townspeople of Riverford and the nearby farmers, didn't want the children near, didn't want their children near. As they thought it to be cursed, as they thought it to be cursed. Which it kind of is. Okay, I don't know if this is a repeat, but hearing her sister sister saying those words also pierced her heart. But in a very different way, in a very different manner, a very different manner. Oh, look how close we are at finishing page 40. But in a very different manner. I didn't mean to tell you. Vesper muttered. I feel like this is going to be a quiet chapter. About 4 pages in now. And there's so much more that I still want to do in this chapter, but it's going to be interesting because it's not the most... I guess there's some drama in here, but it's not the most action-y or high-tension-y chapter. It's just a lot of background, lore, and personality, and of course getting Lemon healed. Vesper Mother still looking down. At Lemon. In her hands. I didn't want you to worry. Oh, my beloved. We say affirm. Does that mean what I think it means? Yes, somewhat. Affirm. I think we can use it, yes. I will always worry about you. I have replied with an affirming smile, with an affirming smile. Gently wiping the small tear away. That had formed. Formed on Vespa's cheek. With her thumb. Why do I keep adding e's to with? I did that yesterday as well. With her thumb. But I want you to tell me those. I want you to tell me those things. I want you to tell me these things. Okay. Sometimes it feels better to say things out loud than keeping them bottled up. To say things out loud than keeping them bottled up. Boodled. Bottled. Oh my god, I can't write bottled. Bottled up. Vespa needed a moment before she continued. It's just that dot dot dot. When you go out on missions, I don't have many people. People to talk to. She finally admitted. Well, 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 if that wasn't page 40. I know we're in some deep emotional stuff already, but I quite like that. Page 40. That means page 41 on the horizon. Yep. All the way down here, making sure that you guys can actually see what we're writing. I don't have many people to talk to. She finally admitted. What about brother 2? Or sister Miriam? No, I like them. No. I don't know if no is a word. Well, I know it's a word, but if it's an appropriate word here, no, I like them, and they always have something for me to do. They never have time to play. And the squires. If I knew that it was a long shot, if I knew that was a long shot. The squires The squares were all around their 20th birth year. I think I've counted summers. Maybe I want to have paladins say count years in winters, because, you know, winter is snow and summer is fire. Summer is sun. And then the Templars could count in summers and the paladins can count in winters. Let's do that all around the 20th winters. Have a little comment with that. Paladins count in winters. All around the 20th winters. All close to their ascension, which I really want a new word for, but I can't figure one out. Word TBD. Just a little think about how to keep the conversation going from this to them talking about what happened in the catacombs and what you found and all that, and to the flood. All so close to their ascension that they wouldn't have time. In between their duties. I don't know any besides. Was a fast squire called Edwin. Tell you something then, Brendan. That doesn't matter. I think it was called Edwin. Yes, there is Edwin with a Y. No any besides Edwin. And he's always with you. On missions. There was a pause again. Another silent pause. Another silence. Between the two. Between the two. If it would have been any other keep, there would have been birds singing and insects buzzing, but not a black rivers. Yeah, let's write that. I don't know about it, but let's write it. They were at any other place the silence would be filled with birds singing. Be filled with birds singing. Ooh. Oh my god, there's the freaking E on with. And insects buzzing. Around flowers. Flowers. On this hot summer day. On the warm summer day. But this was Black River's keep. Black rivers keep and the silence was deafening sometimes. Dead silence. Could be deafening sometimes. Vespa. Dot dot dot. F-A said. I feel like I want to say concerned voice, but I also feel like we've written concerned. Concerned. Worried. Yeah. Whoops, that was the wrong one. That was my green screen check. There it is. See a bit of my setup. Worryingly. Let's have a comment on that word. A lot of comment on this page already. A lot of comments. I'm all right. I promise. Vespa said. Not wanting to make her sister any more worried than she already had. Her sister any more worried than she already had. It's just that when I found lemon, I think something just hit me. I think there's a bit of a restructuring that needs to happen in the edit during this chapter. Because I think there's a lot of so far I feel like I've written a lot of the right things, but they're not quite in the right order that I want them to be, I think. I probably think I would want this healing of Lemon to be a little later in the chapter, and then before that have them discuss actually what happened down there. Because I don't know, it feels a bit... Okay, so we haven't of course written the rest of the chapter yet, but it just feels a bit like this is very emotional. It's trying to be very emotional. And then it's gonna go over into like discussing, well, you know what happened, and then talking a little bit about that. And the chapter is going to end with Afaya trying to convince... No, Vesper trying to convince Afaya that, you know, someone is coming for the paladin. Wait, I just realized that you can't really see it. Oh, we definitely can't see it there. No. The ink is running dry, and we're also just like 4 pages away from having to get a new ink cartridge. Man, so many ink cartridges. They're like flying off the, not shelves, but, well, my shelf. When I found, it's just that when I found Lemon, I thought that I might finally have a friend. I found a friend. See, this is, we're sort of repeating what we wrote yesterday. So that's what I mean with the restructure. Also, repeat, question mark. I don't want to lose him. To lose him. Vesper could hardly say the last few words, could hardly say the last few words. For the tremble in her voice. No, just hard to say the last few words. That's a-okay to say that. if I laid her arms around Vespa. Gave her a gentle squeeze. I don't know what type of S that was, but it was pretty bad. Mm-hmm. Lemon made a weak whistle. Just looking here, whistle. We said tweed peep. Let's probably rephrase that like a weak whistle or a peep came from lemon. Yeah. A small peep came from lemon. Then she took a deep breath. She took a deep breath. Okay. She said kissing. Kissing Vespas. Pointed ear. This could be an opportunity to actually like describe Vespa's head, that she has a proportional larger head than what a human would have. Head description. Head description. Let's see what we can do. What the Blessed Porter can do. Vespa's eyes lit up. Do you really mean it? Okay. She said, hardly able to contain her excitement, hardly able to contain her excitement. No. No, it was true. God damn it. Excitement. Oh my fucking god, that was terrible. Oh my god, I didn't prepare this one. This notebook here. Live stream. 7-11. Toronto 1, 52. Can't write excitement correctly, but actually can. Alright, tell me can. Lemon gave an angry bite. Gave you an angry bite. In response. Oh, God damn it. To a sudden shift. Shifting in place. Shifting in place. I think we've written 2 pages now. Oh yes, this is going really, really well. I'm feeling pretty good today, I gotta say. Much better than this yesterday. I was so tired yesterday. One, two, three, 4. Yes. But you have to promise me to promise me that you won't tell any of the chapters, any of especially not Arwen. That's with an I, I'm pretty sure. Arwen. I promise. Just gonna yell this. Well, if I could make capital letters, she's gonna yell this. I promise. I promise. Vesper yelled. This time almost jumping. This time almost jumping. Out out of the hay bedding. Of her small wooden bed. It's a different word for bed. Bed. I think cot is actually pretty good, because that could be like temporary bed apparently. Wooden cot. What does a cot look like? Yeah. Medieval. Yeah, I quite like it. That she would sleep in like a temporary-ish bed. She might have been mostly healed by her older sister. But her body still objected. Objected to the sudden movement. That it was ordered to do, that it was ordered. Lemon objected as well. With a low screech. Oh, look how close we are to finishing page 41. Thank you. I love you. Sorry, Lemon. Ouch. And you promise me that you will be all right. Afea asked, seeing how Vespa had seemed to writhe in pain slightly. Yes, I promise. Please fix Lemon. That also sounds a bit awkward, doesn't it? Please help him. Please just help him. Vespa held Lemon up to Afea. Up to Afea. I'll see what I can do. But I won't. We've written promise a lot here now. We should probably see, can there be another word for promise? I cannot guarantee anything. Yeah, I won't guarantee where Guarantee. Anything. I know. But you have to try. You have. Vesper said eagerly. Eagerly. Jamie Ramson is here in the chat. Let's go. 7 days in, 23 more days to go. How's the morale going, Thomas? It's going well, Jamie. Really, really well. I slept nice last night. And like compared to yesterday, where I just felt like a bit of a zombie all day until I got on stream. But it's going really well. And we're already over two pages in. So I'm keeping up with my schedule, keeping up with my usual writing pace. That's all good and all well and nice. We're soon closing in on the day 9 mark. Just a couple of pages to go. How about you? How are you doing in the lands of NaNoWriMo? And if I manage to save him, to save it, him, Vespa corrected. Immediately. That was page 41. Let's freaking go. We move on to page 42, which is of course where the meaning of this book will be revealed. If anyone gets that joke. Currently on 15k as of yesterday, not counted today's yet. Oof. Chef's kiss, chef's kiss. Sounds so well. Love to hear it's going well. Impressed you're managing writing a book whilst keeping NYC safe from Doug Ock. Shh, don't tell him. Don't tell him that. I know. That's why you can't see my my logo. That's I don't want him to know that I'm live streaming. And also, how great are Aqua? I mean, come on. $15k, you're so fast. That's wild. When will you let me catch up to you? Him. You have to promise. This is like the standard parent pet talk with the children, right? If we get this dog, you have to promise to be the one feeding him and taking him for walks. You have to, well, we do say promise a lot. Repeat word. You have to promise to be the one feeding it. I mean him. If I if I felt the need to at least give it some seriousness. So that really make a lot of sense. To give a little bit of a lecture. A little bit of a lecture. Speech. A little bit of a speech. So that Vespa knew the serious of the situation. She also wondered how the other tenants, the other inhabitants, residents, the other residents of the keep would react the whole thing seeming tiny bit, a little bit like that incident 12 years ago, 12 winters ago. I'm not quite sure if I want to say like winters, years, winters, summers, years. I kind of like that it's not necessarily the same as what you do in the real world, but this is also, I mean, this is humans, so there are going to be a lot of parallels. I quite like what I did with Fayen, where it was where it was 10 cycles, because they have their religion, the Great Cycle, and each year is a cycle of spring to spring. So that's very much ingrained into the religion, right, and the culture, saying cycles there instead of years. That makes so much sense. I was quite proud of that. I'm just gonna have a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom. So see you just a tiny bit. And we're back. The old thing seeming a little bit like that incident 12 winters ago. Sorry, I'm just counting. There's just going to be 3 here, and then 4, and then 5, and hopefully this. Okay. I was way further in my head for some reason, even though we're actually doing really, really well. I won't have time to care for it. I mean him. And I doubt that anyone else around here would either. Of course, I'll take care of him. Vesper was a little annoyed. At what his sister was saying. It's just that I know you, that I know you. And attention isn't always your strongest suit, and attention isn't always your strongest. Wow. Strongest suit. A certain recent delivery coming to mind. Recent delivery. Coming to mind. Vesper didn't feel like discussing that. Right now. And she didn't know. She didn't know how. She didn't know how her older sister instead of how. Why her older sister? Now, her older sister would. When Lemon needed her help. Will you please? Will you please help him? Him? She begged. I'm not gonna what? I'm not gonna give up on him. I'm not gonna forget about him. I'm not gonna forget about him. Not even when Jehela rises. Not even when Jehela rises. Maybe I need to check. Check danger. I'm pretty sure I said that was the doomsday prophecy of the teachings of the 5 pillars, but it's better to check and make sure that everything is up to speed. Or everything makes sense, I guess. Good. That was all I needed to hear. Affair smiled. And accepted. The little bird into her own cupped hand, into her own cupped hand. Bring me your pillow. So he can lie flat. And comfortably. Comfortably. Uh-huh. Oh, so he can lie. I'm pretty sure I said can. I just didn't write it because, yeah, apparently that's not something I do. She almost didn't finish a sentence. Before Vespa had thrown the pillow. Yeah, let's go with thrown. Had thrown her pillow on the cot. front of her. Right in front of her. Now, you will have to promise me. I write promise so much right now. You will have to promise me. To stay calm. I will need concentrate. I will need to concentrate. Since I don't know where or how lemon is hurt. Okay. Vespa agreed with a nod. With a wordless nod. Her copper eyes. Her large. Full of anticipation. And her mouth slightly open. Oh, that page is going fast. 40 minutes into the third hour of the live stream, and we're already done with the third page. Written, well, because the page sort of starts, the page that we write today sort of starts down here, right? And that's actually the same line as this one. So in that way, we've written our third page today. Let's go! And we're soon done. A third maybe, and then we're done with page 42. Whoops. Okay. If I calmly agreed. No, she didn't agree. She By fire calmly. Calmly. I don't want to say. Asserted, conveyed, declared, estimate, expressed, read, replied, reveal, speak, suggest, no. Stated, I guess. But that might not be the right word. Correct word. Now bring me bring and open a couple of wires. Bring and open a couple of vials for me, please. Vespa got down from the cut with a little pain. Fudge. Did it again. With a little pain. In her small legs. But she didn't let it hinder her. She quickly did what she was instructed. She quickly did as instructed. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Afaya said. Afaya. And poured a file's content out in her. Oh, wow. Hello. Whoops. Let's just. Okay, looks like we're back. Whoops. Whoa. Hey, Anna Foreman's in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And yeah. Whoops, I'm sorry about that. Just wanted to see if you guys were awake. Actually, in the palm of her right hand. Doing the same choreographed. Hannah's asking, thank you. Well, saying thank you. Can I ask you what type of book are you writing? I'm a writer myself. Awesome. Well, awesome to hear that you're a writer yourself. I'm writing what I intend to be a young adult fantasy novel, where we're following a little girl as she's trying to hinder a plot to assassinate a leader of a knightly order. When I say young adult, it's like the youngest. It's probably more around 10, 11, 12-ish it's intended for. So like the first Harry Potter book is what I aim for. But I'm a little worried that my writing style is not for them, I guess. But we'll see. I'm just having fun, to be honest. What about you? What are you writing? And are you doing NaNoWriMo as well? Doing the same choreographed hand gestures. With her left as before. Oh, nice. Thank you. With the left as before. She wants more she wants more controlled? No. She wants more commanded? No. Ran? Layout? layout, covered. I guess just go with covered. She wants more. Yeah, let's just go with covered. She wants more. Covered her hang. Covered the other like a fitted glove, fitted glove of the blessed water. Hannah's saying I'm also writing a YA Fantasy 2, just aimed more at teens or young adults. My characters start off when they're 16. Okay, nice, cool. Yeah, my character here, Vespa, is the main character. She is, she's 12, is what I've sort of landed on. She was originally 10, maybe 9, maybe 10, but I've sort of, I think having them a little bit older gives them a bit more agency in doing things, while still, you know, remaining a child. Well, that's cool to hear. And are you doing the NaNoWriMo challenge, or are you just writing to be awesome? Don't speak. Don't speak, she reiterate it. Honestly, both. Okay, that's good. Good to hear. I especially like that you agree to be an awesome writer. That's good to hear. That's what we want to hear. How are you doing? How's your NaNoWriMo going? Vespa leaned on her cot. Focusing on the little yellow bird on the little yellow lying all fluffed. with its eyes closed, with its eyes closed. And uneven breathing, uneven breathing. Oh, terrible! No, currently in a writing block while doing college. I've written for like 1 day so far my book, and that's it. Oh, okay. But you know, like I said to Kai, I don't know if Kai still is in the chat, but I said earlier today that of course there's still plenty of time to do the NaNoWriMo, but it shouldn't take over your normal life, and I think it's much better to just do it, use it as a motivation to just get something done, right? Not everyone is lifeless like I am. I guess, or without a life. Lifeless is different. Focusing her attention. Affair laid her water-covered hand on lemon. And closed her eyes. Just to concentrate. On finding the injuries. Yeah, I do agree. Keep going. You're doing great. Ah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lemon gave is that a word in English? Trill? Ah, it is actually a word in English. Lemon gave a little trill. As the blessed water gave a little trill as the blessed water, something started to calmly swirl. Let's go with gently again. Gently swirl. Swirl, not squirrel. Gently swirl. And dive in between the yellow feathers looks like it's, I mean, him. He. FA corrected herself. Herself before Vespa had a chance. Looks like he has a couple of broken feathers. Some scratches and bruises. Lost some blood. His one shoulder. Hey, that's page 42. Whoop, 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 whoop. His one shoulder. And oh, we're close to the marker for day 9. Oh yeah. Page 43. Yoink. I guess not shoulder here actually, but wing. Just one wing. Let's go indeed, Hannah. Here's one wing. Oh, is out of its socket. And there's something about the legs as well. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what. Poor little thing. Fire opened her eyes. Fire opened her eyes. Thinking about what to treat first. You must have had quite the tumble. Must have had quite a tumble. Before ending up where you did. So yeah, that's there's something about the legs as well, but I'm not sure what. So that is because Citron, my bird, my budgie, she had splayed legs. So like her legs. It's because I didn't know any better, but she loved one of her bells so much that she slept on it. So like she had one claw on the side of the cage and another claw on the bell, and she would like sleep like that, and that meant that her legs that were supposed to go straight down, they ended up splayed. So she sort of waddled whenever she didn't fly. It was very cute, but it wasn't the best thing for her in the world. So yeah, I'm thinking that the splayed legs is going to be like a defining feature for Lemon here as well. Given that I am modeling Lemon after Citron. All right. Can you save him? Vespa asked. Her voice. Oh, her voice. Not making any attempt. Making any attempt to hide her concern. Please say that you can. I definitely think so, she said. Sit with confidence. There doesn't seem to be much difference between healing a bird and a human. Interesting. What? What's interesting? Nervous Vespa. Nervous. A nervous Vespa. Look up. At her older sister. Who kept her attention? Who kept her attention? On the little bird. On the little yellow bird. Oh, just that. If I said. I won't be able to. I won't be able to grow back the feathers. But the scratches and bruises should be no problem. scratches and bruises should be no problem. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm able to restore at least some of his blood. But I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to overdo it. It feels risky with such a tiny body. Okay. Fair close to eyes again. Her eyes again. And began flowing the rest of the blessed rest of the blessed water around her hand. down in between. Develops where it started the healing processes. Healing of the wounds. Lemon still lying with closed eyes. Still lying all fluffed up. Actually, no fluff now. Now keeping his feathers. Now keeping his feathers. Less fluffed and closer to his body. Gave a continuous there needs to be an U in there. Continuous concert. Low concert. Low concert of whistles, screeches, and trills. Vesper knew exactly the sensei. Actually, I'm gonna stop for a little bit there because I just realized that I'm kind of hungry and the time is 19:35. So let's say I'll just be back in 15 minutes. So around here. And yeah, you guys will have a little listen to one of my short stories. See ya. Was this really happening? Huohun thought. Why was this happening? Are we actually breaking up? We can't break up. We promised to always be there for each other, to grow old and to realize our dreams together. The racing thoughts were almost unbearable. What am I going to do on my own? I don't know how to work the anvil, not very well at least. No, I'm best when handling the fire, but I can't be an iron artisan with only controlling the flames. I have to go back to the chamber of the heart and trade in my freedom and my life to pick up where I left off all those years ago. No, I can't do that either. Not even if Shinakien itself should awaken. I can't go back. The fires and the flames in the NaNoWriMo household started spitting at random as Huohun spiraled into her own mind. This was where Tuvehan would usually come into action, as he had done so many times before. Whenever Huohun got lost in a problem that she couldn't see a way out of, her spouse would appear and calm her down by holding her close and singing some of her favorite dwarven hymns of old. The deep, soothing voice of Tuvehan, combined with his loving embrace, always got Huohun's mind back from the depths to see things more clearly. Don't worry, Huhu, I'm right here. Tuvehan opened his mouth almost instinctively as he saw what was happening. But instead of a song, silence was the only thing that filled the room as Tuvehan closed his lips again. Does she even want my help? I don't think it's ever been this bad, and I'm the cause of it all. It pained him to see his beloved wife standing in distress, but one question kept Tuvehan from acting. What if she hated him now? In the middle of the room, a tear started rolling down Huohun's cheek as she looked at her Tuvehan, eyes begging for help but unable to ask for it. Why isn't he doing anything? Why is he just standing there looking at me? Has he already made up his mind that he doesn't love me anymore? Is that also why he's so set on leaving? And why is this all happening now? The thoughts in Huohun's mind were still many, but they seemed to be slowing down. Tuvehan still hadn't moved an inch and was looking with intense worry at his wife. He was still struggling inside his own head to figure out whether Huohun would want his help or not. He isn't going to help, is he? Huohun started thinking to herself. That sudden realization was all it took for her to start gaining some control back of her own body. For starters, just enough to wipe the tears away. When the fire stopped their aimless spitting, Tuvehan slightly began packing again. He didn't say anything to his spouse, but he made a sigh of relief as he walked towards the walnut travel chest. While Tuvehan still wanted Huohun to join him on the journey, it was nice to know that she was able to claw herself back from spiraling without his help. As Tuvehan walked past the now somewhat calm hearth, he stopped to look at the decorative shield hanging above it. Maybe it was the changing flickers from some flames that got reflected into the shiny metals which caught his eyes. Maybe it was something else. But now Tuvehan couldn't take his eyes off the object that had adorned their walls for years. The beautiful heater shield was a gift from the shield shapers, made by Tuvehan's father when he and Huohun had started their own blacksmith. The polished iron shield was topped with the head of a golden four-tinned hoe. Centered to the work, a silver loom was depicted, from which threads combined in an ornate scepter much like the one that the couple had made in their youth. All of it was intertwined by flames of gold. Across the bottom curvature, the shield was ornamented with an iron banner in which monarch weavers stood ingrained in dwarven seal script. Tuvehan made a slight smile as he remembered the day his father gifted them the shield. It had been one of Tuvehan's proudest moments. "I want you to have our shield," he said. "That is, of course, if you decide to stay here." "Why?" Huohun asked almost before Tuvehan could finish talking. "Why? It was a gift for the both of us, and I figured you could—" This time Huohun did interrupt her husband before he was done. "No, not the shield," she said in the most indifferent tone. "Why have you chosen now, of all times, to leave with the humans?" Huohun's expression had changed to more inquiring than the helpless one she was trapped in a minute before. In the myriad of thoughts and questions, this one kept coming back. "Why not wait until we're both ready? Then we could leave Shinakien together like we always planned." A moment went by before Tuvehan answered. "You know why, I just told you," he finally muttered. "The Chapiters and their entourage haven't got any skilled blacksmiths, so I'll be lending them my aid. We will be, if you decide to come with me." "No, that's not the reason." Huohun sounded a bit more cold than she intended. "I need you too, so why aren't you determined to stay?" "That's why I want you to—" Once again, Huohun didn't let Tuvehan finish. Your whole family is here too, don't they need you? And what about your sacred duty? What sacred duty? Tuvehan responded, avoiding the original questions. Don't pull that, Huohun countered him, half mockingly, half annoyed at her husband's gall to ask that question. You know damn well that it's the sacred duty of the dwarves of Shinakien to make sure the giant never wakes from its slumber. But wouldn't we have broken our sacred duty anyway, if we would have left eventually? Tuvehan had found a bunch of leather aprons to pack and was once again on his way to his travel chest. Well, it would have been the two of us, and Huohun struggled to come up with an argument. Instead, her ruby eyes turned to pleading. Tuvehan didn't let her suffer for long, though. Do you actually believe what they preach at the Chamber of the Heart? He asked, stopping the packing of the leather aprons that he usually donned by the forge. Have you actually ever seen proof that the giants are alive, and that it should be our duty to keep them in their slumber? This time Huohun also had trouble finding the words, but it was more because the question took her by surprise than anything else. She had never thought to hear her husband challenge their faith. What do you mean? She eventually said. We've both been coming to the Chamber of the Heart since we were born. We've seen all the rituals firsthand that the Heart Keepers perform to prevent the awakening from happening. We've both been taught the tales from the time of first dwarves up until now. Do you think all of that was for fun? Well, now it was Tuvehan's turn to interject. Just because the Heart Keepers do their rituals and teach the history of how the first dwarves battled the mighty giants rising from the earth doesn't mean it's proof that it's all true. It's just rituals and stories. Huohun almost fell down in shock because of what she had just heard her husband say. But what proof do you need? She asked almost aggressively. This was the first time she had heard Tuvehan express these feelings, and she found herself having some difficulty with how to respond. Huohun left her spot where she had been standing almost ever since Tuvehan had started packing, and walked with purpose past him over to the hearth. She rolled up her broad sleeve and stuck her right hand into the fire as if trying to grab it. When she took it back out, Huohun's hand was covered in flames, but the skin still looked untouched. Can you feel the fire surround you? Huohun asked as she looked at Tuvehan, concentrating on the rising flames enveloping her hand. The other fires in the room followed suit. Careful, Huhu, your sleeve, Tuvehan said, pointing to her new silken rue. Huohun had been so focused on removing the right sleeve from the flames that she didn't realize the left one had actually caught on fire. It wasn't much, and she put it out with a quick swing of the arm, leaving only a small hole with burned edges. At least now the jacket matched most of her other garments. Whatever, I'm asking you a question. No one can feel the flames like you, Huhu. Well, if not the fires, she said as she closed her hand to put the fire out. Don't you always say that the metal sings to you when we work the smithy? That is the essence of what they preach at the heart chamber, to listen to the elements around us. The heat had definitely come back as Huohun made her argument. Small pearls of sweat started to form again on Tuvehan's forehead as he thought about what to say next. I like what the chapters teach about the 5 pillars, he suddenly let out. I mean, I like the idea they have about helping the less fortunate and each other to help create a peaceful and prosperous life for everyone involved. Well, I don't... What? Huohun was both a little baffled by Tuvehan's change of subject and his knowledge of the humans' religion. How do you know what the chapters preach? Chapters, Tuvehan corrected. You haven't seen them preach more than those couple of times we passed those chapters on the chamber terrace, have you? Huohun had a bad feeling about that question, but she also felt a strong urge to ask it. They're called chapters, Tuvehan corrected again, but he wasn't quite sure why. Just answered the question. Tuvehan took a deep breath before saying anything. He looked his wife deep in her eyes before continuing. I've been more engaged with the chapters and their company than you probably know, he finally admitted. Huohun was quite unsure how to react to this new information, yet she still found herself asking another question. When have you been more engaged with them? Lately, I've been timing my deliveries and my trips to the miners around when the chapters have been giving their teachings, Tuvehan answered. The Dwarven aren't particularly great, but it's been getting better, and I've listened to them a fair amount. I've even been helping them here and there with problems like fixing wheels on their carts or carrying things. You know how humans aren't the strongest bunch, Tuvehan ended, forcing a smile. Once again, Huorhun merely stood there, doing nothing, though this time in front of the fireplace. As she was staring at Tuvehan in utter disbelief of what he was telling her, he continued. There's this one chapter called Peter, who I've learned quite a lot from. He's also the one that told me of that charge to spread the teachings of the 5 pillars and how they're in dire need of skilled blacksmiths like me and like you, my sweet Huhu. The way Tuvehan phrased that last sentence gave Huorhun a small sting in her stomach. And what proof do they have that these 5 pillars are real? She asked rather snarkily. If proof is so important to you. Chapter Peter has healed some of my smaller wounds with his blessed water. Is that all? The heart keepers heal wounds and injuries all the time. Why aren't the slumbering giants real all of a sudden? Tuvehan had moved on to packing shoes, but he stopped for a little while to think. It didn't hurt when Chapter Peter healed me with his blessed water, he said with his head looking down to the floor. What's that supposed to mean? You know the searing of the wounds that happens when the heart keepers heal with their fire? Tuvehan reminded her. And they always leave a scar. I never thought the pain was that bad, Huorhun responded hesitantly. Besides, wounds scar when they heal naturally, so what's the problem if it happens when the heart keepers heal with their fire? As long as a wound is treated and you can go along with your life just fine afterwards. Well, the chapter's blessed water might have felt strange, but it didn't really hurt, and it didn't leave a scar. Not a noticeable one anyway, and I quite like that. Tuvehan was still looking at the floor and not at his wife when talking. Besides, that's not the only reason. He barely whispered that last part to himself, but Huorhun still heard him. What other reason is there? She instantly asked. Or should I say proof? There was this time when Chapter Peter performed the Iron Burden in front of everyone, Tuvehan said with a slight shake in his voice. Remember that? Somewhat, Huorhun said, downplaying her memory of the event. But of course she did. In fact, it was so rare that it had been the only Iron Burden to happen so far in their lifetime. It happened right there on the chamber terrace. We both spectated as Chapter Peter grabbed and held the glowing hot iron mace that the heart keepers presented to him. And you also saw how little strain his hand showed afterwards. I'm sure it was some kind of trickery, Huorhun dismissed. Peter told me how he and the other chapters soaked their hands in their blessed water before lifting the mace. See, I told you so, Huorhun countered, quite pleased with herself and her ability to call out the human preachers. It was all just a trick. But don't you see? Their blessed water was given to them directly by angels, these divine winged beings of Haven. And if it can protect that well against something so hot, then there has to be something to the 5 pillars and their teachings. Peter has even told me that he has seen some of these angels once taking a deadly ill believer to a better place. And if Haven is real, that means the 5 pillars are real, which in turn would mean... Tuvehan, who was now looking directly at Huorhun, suddenly paused before once again looking down at the stone floor of their home. His voice had also started to shake even worse just before he stopped talking. What would it mean? Huorhun asked. Tuvehan didn't answer, but instead kept eyeing the stone in the floor. What would it mean, Tuvehan? Huorhun asked a second time in a sharper tone. Unlike her husband, her gaze was fixed on the person she was talking to. But Tuvehan still didn't answer. He couldn't, because deep down he knew that if he spoke, he would say something that he didn't want to say. Something he didn't want to admit. Something that he hadn't even admitted to himself. Tell me now, Tuvehan Monarch Weaver, Iron Artisan of the Shield Shaper line, what would it mean if your precious pillars were real? Not only was Huorhun's voice as sharp as her ruby daggers could be, but Tuvehan could also feel the heat rising again at an alarming rate. Tuvehan raised his head and looked at Huorhun with begging eyes, but his begging was not met with any form of friendliness, and so Tuvehan bursted out that which had been weighing him down for quite some time, that which he had been afraid to say out loud to anyone, much less himself, that which was the real reason he had decided to leave Shinar Kien. Because I don't know how far I have to climb to reach Haven when I die. Huorhun, now more confused than ever, could hardly muster a word to question what Tuvehan had just said. But in the end, she didn't have to. It's what I learned from Peter, Tuvehan continued, almost stumbling over his own words. You have the 5 pillars, which is everything good in the world, representing Haven with life, peace, feast, prosperity and vigor.
but they're not just a representation of heaven, because opposite them are the broken pillars symbolizing all that is wrong and immoral of the world. And when you die, or when the day of judgment comes, you have to climb your own 5 pillars in order to reach heaven and the everlife. And the height of your pillars are determined by how much you sinned in your life and strayed from the virtues of the 5 good pillars. And you know that I'm not a very good climber, so I have to make sure that I start living by the teachings as soon as possible, so that my 5 pillars are as low as they can get, just to be safe and not fall to the eternal pillars of one of the broken ones.
All right. We're back, and I actually managed to finish eating my dinner this time, so you won't have to see me eating on stream. Let that be the only time. It's probably going to be the only time in this in this NaNoWriMo. Anyway, that was the middle part, I think, of my short story Calamity, the very first short story that I wrote. And it was also the very first short story I read out loud. It's on my YouTube channel, of course. You can read it yourself on ForgottenSongsFantasy.com if you want to. But yeah, I am aware that the tempo that I'm reading is very high. And it's not that I read everything out in like one go. It was me not knowing the tempo of an audiobook, to be honest. I don't think I've ever actually heard an audiobook. At that point, at least. I have heard a little bit after. So Danger, I know, is much more relaxed, calm, normal reading. But anyway, we're not here for Danger or Calamity. We're here to save Lemon, the bird. The small bird. And we need some music back. But yeah, I do think that's a better way of doing the breaks, just showing something. So I have those 2 short stories and then my 1-minute short stories. I think there's 4 or 5 of them. I'm going to have them on like rotation. So sadly, I didn't manage to finish Fly, which is actually up on my webpage. ForgottenSongsFantasy.com. But yeah, I'm hoping to have that done before the end of the year as a video. It is actually recorded. I just haven't had I have had the time. I just haven't had the motivation, I guess, to finish it. But let's continue here. So Lemon's still lying with closed eyes, though now keeping his feathers less fluffed up and closer to his body, gave a continuous low concert of whistles, screeches, and trills. Vesper knew exactly the sensation he was feeling. Right now. And shifted her weight. Shifted her weight. In order to lean in closer. In order to lean in. Lean in. Oh my god. Closer. When, oh when, will my handwriting ever get better? For God's sake. Actually, there's 10 minutes until we start the 4th hour of our live stream tonight. And as this is going to be the line that indicates the 4th page. And even with that 15-minute break, things have been going so well tonight that we are keeping up with the pace. Isn't that lovely? And pretty amazing. Just want to pat myself on the shoulder. Can you hold him down? I wanna write gently again, but we've written gently so many times. Gently, softly, lightly, tenderly. But don't be rough. That's a different way of saying it. Afea asked, Vespa, who promptly did as she was asked, promptly did as instructed, who promptly did as instructed. Freya herself poured out another vial of blessed water. To cover her hand once again, to cover her hand once again. I think it's best. It's best if I pull. What is it with me and adding e's to words that don't need an e? If I pull out the broken feathers and close the wounds. And it might hurt. Hey, we're so close to day 9, the day 9 marker. Shout out to day 9. This who doesn't have anything to do with me, but is a great variety streamer, old StarCraft 2 pro. Let's have that as a note. A funny little note. If you ever need to watch someone with a contagious laugh, go watch Day 9. He is amazing. Again, no affiliation, but I wish. Okay. Vesper answered. Now a little bit more nervous. Now a little bit more nervous. She removed, tucked, not removed, she tucked. She tucked her, and that was the day 9 goal. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We are now once again 2 days ahead of schedule. Booyah! And we're like gonna go on for 2 more hours, so I definitely think that we're gonna end up like around here, which is actually rather close to the 10th marker. I just think it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Yep, it works out. I have counted correctly. She tucked her crimson hair. Behind her pointed ears, pointed ears. And reached back. pulled lemon. Who didn't resist? Who didn't resist in the slightest? Didn't resist in the slightest. Look at how close we are to finishing page 43. Y'all. Y'all. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Ready? If I asked with the seriousness, with the serious that the situation required ready. Is answered. Answered likewise. I'm gonna write likewise, but I feel like it's wrong. I feel like something is needed. Need something. Something more. Question mark? I quickly located the first broken feather. Grabbed it tight and pulled. Pulled with force. By the way, if you have a bird of any kind and they have a broken feather that is dripping blood, you should A, have something that can cauterize the feather, B, go to a vet immediately. Never try to pull a feather out yourself. It can actually damage the bird quite a lot, and especially budgies, because they're so small, they have so little blood in the body that it's actually not what you want to do. Like, they might actually kill them. But this is a fantasy universe, and it's medieval times. you wouldn't know all this, but I'm just saying. And of course, Affair here is using magic to heal the wounds immediately. Is there a different word for screech? Cry. Screech. No. Screech. Screamed, I guess. Yeah. Shrill. Lemon opened its eyes at once. And screamed. Screamed louder than Vesper thought what he was capable of. Vesper thought him capable of, whoops, with a steady water-covered finger. That's a terrible writing. Oh, better, I guess. Water-covered finger. If I pressed on the newly formed wound, and released some of the blessed water into it. Released some of the blessed water into it. That was one, she said. That was page 33. He said 33, 43. It was page 43. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. We are rolling tonight. Page 44. Go. Affair located another broken feather. And did the same procedure. full screen water heal. And then another. And then another. That should be all. Full screen press. Full screen press water heal. Said. You can let go of him now. Did he do all right? Did he do all right? Ask with concern. He did very well. Affair reassured her. I just hope that I did the right thing. I just hope that I did the right thing. I don't know a whole lot about birds, a whole lot. So what now? I don't have to say Vesper asked. It's pretty clear. So what now? Now I'm going to use. I'm going to try and restore some of his lost blood. What about his wings and legs? Vesper inquired. Inquired is probably too. It's probably too demanded. We could use demanded. Appealed. Yeah, that's better. Appealed. Vesper appealed. I don't know what's wrong with his legs. Oh, I guess we should mention that there's splayed earlier. Splayed. Mention earlier. Should be like when Vesper lays him down on the pillow. And we don't have much blessed water left. Fire said thinking on how to proceed. So I think we want to focus. I think we want to focus on want to focus on the blood restoration. But he has to be able to, he has to fly. He has to be able to fly, to be able to fly. Vespa blurted out. So loud. That lemon opened his eyes and looked at her. The lemon opened his eye. One of his eyes. So actually eyes, yes. To look at her. Before closing it for more rest. It's already 8 pages. This is going to be the longest chapter. Definitely, like by far. Which is a bit weird because the tension, I guess we have some tension here with trying to save Lemon. But there's not really a lot of action. It's more drama tension, right? Which I guess is fine. I mean, I feel it makes sense, at least right now. Who knows how I'll feel when we go into editing and revision sometime in the future. To look at her before closing it for more rest. A bird that can't fly isn't a bird. It's like a paladin who can use the blessed water. He wouldn't be a bird. This is, of course, Paladin who can't use the blessed water. I thought that was pretty funny, actually, because Vespa wants to be a Paladin, but she cannot use water magic. So it's a bit of a... That line is a little bit of a... How would you say it? A foreshadowing, I guess, for what the whole trilogy is going to be about, and not just this book. Much more book 2 and 3. he wouldn't be able to be a bird. He can't fly. I might need to reorganize that a little bit. This section here, because I think I want the big problems out of the way. So like the broken feathers, the wing out of socket, and the blood loss. And then I should probably ask Vespa to try and feel the water and heal the scratches. And then so we get to see that way how Vespa fails in using the water magic. And then that also makes this line a paladin. It's like a paladin who can't use the blessed water. That makes that more potent and, you know, a bigger conflict there. That she isn't a paladin. Oh, oops. If I looked at Vespa and gave what she said some thought. Okay, if you insist. But then you have to take extra good care of him. Then you have to take extra good care of him. Until he's fully recovered. Can you do that? There was no doubt in Vesper's mind that she was able to do that. Ooh, another little foreshadowing. I don't know if it's too much, but saying like she would gladly share her life force with him or something like that. Her life with him, if that was what it took. And the foreshadowing part is that, like I talked a lot about in my NaNoWriMo prep streams. You can see the VODs on the channel if you want. Faen or Fae folk are special in the way that they have a spirit bound. All of them, they have an animal that is bound to their spirit, to their life force. So like if one of them dies, the other dies as well, and like they can feel each other and communicate with each other, and they are each other's spirit bound. Vesper is unique in that she doesn't. She's a Fae folk who does not have a spirit bound. Of course, she doesn't know that she's a Fae folk. She's a Fae folk who was raised at humans, at the paladins of the Vigorous Oath. So it's going to be one of the climaxes in this book later on is where she accidentally ends up doing the performing the rite of binding without knowing it, and thereby the two of them becoming each other's spirit bound, and they end up sharing their life force. So that would be fun, but I mean, then that would mean there were two foreshadows in the same like small section, but maybe that's okay. Maybe that's just fine. No doubt in Vesper's mind that she was able to do that. Responding with a determined nod. Responding with a determined nod. Very well. Very well. FA confirmed. She took the last vial. She took the last vial of blessed water. And added the content to the already liquid to the liquid already calmly covering. Calmly swirling and covering. Actually, just swirling around her right hand. And masterfully. Did I move the webcam again? Weird. Come here. Little friend. She said, and picked up lemon. Who was so picked up lemon? Who was so tired? So what do we have? Tired, exhausted, drained. Let's go with drained. Keeping in with the water theme. That it looked like he was sleeping. even as a fair. Started examining his right wing. Minating his right wing. Oh, look how close we are to finishing page 44. Do, 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 do. She had to be very delicate. To not hurt the little yellow bird more than she already had. Then she already had to. Then she had to. Then was necessary. Was necessary. And more than she already had done, more than she already had done. I guess had done already is, that sounds better. Put it over there. Put it over there. Well, I just lost my train of thought there. Okay, we are slowly approaching hour 5 of the live stream as well, so you know, you have to be very delicate to not hurt the little yellow bird. I don't think we need a comment there. The little yellow bird more than was necessary and more than she had already done. So she spent, with a T, spent a good deal of time. I feel like examining should just be examining. It feels wrong. Examining. So she spent a good deal of time. Man, my train of thought is just all gone now. Figuring and feeling out. The exact anatomy of the wing wings and their sockets. Both the normal one, both the real one, no, both the functioning one. Vesper was back to silently and with much anticipation. In her wide open copper eyes. Open bright copper eyes. With much spectating. her older sister and newfound friend. Okay. Fire finally said. Let's try it. Let's try this. She took a firmer grip. She placed lemon in a firmer inside her left hand, inside her left hand. And then as fast as she could, twirled, the blessed water on her right one around is the wing bone called something? Wing bone bird. Bird wings. I guess that's the shoulder of the wing. The shoulder part. Of the chorus, no, of the wing and the socket itself. And the socket itself. And forced the two together. To the sound of a muffled, to the sound of a muzzle snap. Do we have another word for muffle? Muffle. Muffled. Dampened. Hushed. Mute. I mean, we used muffled quite a lot in chapter 3. But this is chapter 5, so I think it's A-OK. To a sound of a muffled snap. A fire kept the healing water. The fire kept the healing water. Around the two brought together parts. The two brought. Hey, will you look at that? That was page 44. Mini wave in celebration of me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're doing really good. We haven't even done 5 hours of live streaming yet. Will do in 1 minute, but you know. That's going to be page 45. Sweet baby Jesus. Let me just see. So how we started here. I don't know, there's just and then 1, 2, and 3, and 4, I guess. Okay. Because it's just like after we've written page 45, hopefully today before we end, there's still a little over 2 pages left for the 10th marker, but I mean it's fine. It makes sense. I don't know why, I just can't quite wrap my head around it today. It's a bit weird. Two brought together. Parts? Parts sound very mechanical. The two brought together. Limbs. No, I guess parts make sense. Let's go thesaurus for parts. And maybe look up limbs as well. Cast. No. Limbs. I guess the wing is a limb, but no. That was not what we were looking for. And let's just go with parts then. The little yellow thing. Little yellow one. Who had already been through so much. Lemon almost didn't even notice it. Notice it. At least from the way he acted. Eyes were still closed. He didn't move. At all, except he didn't move at all, except for the rising and falling of his little chest and falling of his little chest. As he breathed, and the sound he made could hardly be categorized, could hardly be categorized as a scream. Scream of hurting. Actually, it could hardly be categorized. It could as a scream. And the low sound he made. the little one, the little yellow bird. Little yellow bird being that exhausted. Right. Being that exhausted. Affair made sure that the now previously dislocated wing seem to be stretching and functioning just like his unharmed one. Before leaving him, enveloping him between both of his palms. Enveloping him in between both of his palms. Her palms. Her palms. Whoops. Did it work? Vespa Oh my god, look at how close we are. You can't really see it. Because you can sort of see it being a little bit see-through. Look at how close we are to not sacrificing, but expending. That's what it's called. It is now expending another ink cartridge of my ink pen, my fountain pen here. Oh, sweet Jesus. Eagerly asked. Grabbing FAS olive skin and tattooed arm. Fire. Oops. Let's have that as another paragraph. Fire. Who was so concentrated that she had almost forgotten about Vesper. Almost forgotten. Oops. About Vesper. Tilted a little before regaining her balance. Steady now. She said, trying to calm her little sister a bit, calm her little sister. Trying to calm her little sister a bit. I almost dropped him. Which can't be good. Yeah. Even after what we have managed to do, even after what we have just managed to do. I'm sorry. Vespa apologized, and let go. Apologize and let go. She put her hands together. She put her hands together. Now I've previously said large hands, but she has proportionally large hands. She doesn't have large hands, like she's still a little 12-year-old Fayen. I don't know if proportionally sounds strange, if it's too explicit. I think it might be, but yeah. I feel like it might be. Yeah, I definitely feel like it might be, but I'm still going to do it. Put her proportionally. Large hands together in an attempt to contain herself. In an attempt to contain herself. No. herself. Word. Just lost my train of thought again. I tend to do that. Which is such a good thing when you're live streaming. When she couldn't. So I wanted to go like this and then try to lock her hands with her arms. When she failed to do so. Vespa tried locking her hands in place. Her hands in place. Using her armpits. Within her armpits. Does that make sense? Within her armpit? Let's go with within. We can always change it within her armpits. Oh my god. Pits. It's okay. Affair reassured. Not taking her eyes away from her. Not taking her eyes away from her hands. Containing the small individual. I think ... I think it went just fine. I think it went just fine. I think it went just fine. I just need to restore some blood now. She closed her eyes again. This time, how would you say you like furrowed your forehead? Does that make any sense to furrow your brow? Oh. That was actually how you said it. Yay, yay me. And by the way, we are just about to write our 6th page. So 3 lines more it looks like. And then we have written 6 pages in 5.5 hours. That's actually a new record, I think. Woo! Woo! Well, we still need to do it, so just need to focus. This time, furrowing. Her brow. As the blessed water flowed from her right hand on top as some of the and once again down between the feathers. Lemon's yellow feathers. Disappearing is with 1 S and 2 P's, right? Disappearing, yes it is. Disappearing into his pink skin. Red pink. One more line, guys. There. That should do it. Affair proclaimed. Affair proclaimed. And handed the sleeping bird. Actually, up here maybe a low trill followed. Low trill followed. The sleeping bird to Vespa. That, by the way, was the line for the 6th page that we have written today, and the live stream says 5 hours and 32 minutes. Woo! Let's go! That's a new record, I believe. Oh yeah, mini wave in celebration of me. All right. Let's go! A new record celebration. That was 05, 02, 03. New writing record. New writing record. Boop. Hey, I'm Dios. Good to see you in the chat. And even before, but yes, it is partying. Party all night now. It's good to see you in the chat. Even before that, we'll turn the live stream off. Awesome, dude. You should get an emoji right back. Actually, I'm gonna give you 2. Oh yeah. So I just want to finish page 45. Shouldn't take too long. And then I think that's going to be it for today. It is Friday after all. Even though I'm still feeling good. But yeah, I'm helping one of my good friends move tomorrow, so, you know, can't stay up forever. Also, I am starting to feel it. It's still better than it was yesterday, but I'm starting to feel it. We're also doing way better still than what is required of us. So that's good. That is good. Now back to this. Let's go. Tuck him. Oh, what's happening here? Suddenly, a bunch of ink is flowing. Tuck him. Tuck him in. And make sure that he drinks and gets something to eat. something to eat when he wakes up. Maybe. Okay. Vespa said, hardly able to believe what her older sister just did. What her older sister just did. Thank you so much, sister. I love you. Ah, I really do. You're welcome. You're welcome, my beloved. I love you too. Ah, I love you too. It's just there's a small bug here that almost flew into my mouth. Stop it! Stop it! Can you move away, please? Oh, it's attracted by the light, of course. Even if you couldn't see it, even if you couldn't see it, you could hear the smile in Afaya's voice. You could hear the smile. His voice. Yes. How do we end this sequence and this page? Don't worry. Don't worry, little lemon. Vespa. Took him close. And gave him a gentle kiss. And gave him a gentle kiss. As he laid there sleeping. As he laid there. Sleeping in her hands. I'm gonna take the best care of you. I'm gonna take the best care of you. And then we'll soon go out on all kinds of adventure together. And do your chores. And do your chores and your and do your chores and do your chores and your training, right? Of course, those two. Vespa replied with a small grin, with as small of a grin as she could muster, as small of a grin that she could muster. Now, oops, I'm going to put you right here. Put you right here on my pillow. Lemon, and tuck you in with my blanket. And is it tuck with CH or tuck with tuck in? Okay, it is with C. No, that's not even CH. I meant a G or a CK. And tuck you in with my blanket. And then you're gonna be back at full strength in no time. Back at full strength in no time. Yay, that was page 45. Let's go! Woohoo! Page 46. I just want to finish this. This little sequence of speech, talk, and then I think we will end today's live stream. Finish it because I just want to add here. Maybe a fire interjected. Cautiously. Cautiously. Maybe you should put him over on the table. Just so you're sure that you won't roll over him. That you won't roll over him. When sleeping yourself. Do you think that could happen? Esper worryingly asked. Worryingly asked. Whoops. Probably don't need two question marks. That was a bit strange. Strange and weird. Better to be on the safe side. I think. Afea explained. Afea explain to me. What if you could almost see the cogs? Cogs? This is a fantasy. Fantasy? You can almost see the cogs turning. And there's his head. What if what if I put him on the pillow on top of on top of my what did we call him? Niall, I think it was. Sir Niall. That was right in the beginning. Sir Niall. On top of my Sir Niall. Then he can protect Lemon as well. He can protect Lemon as well. Wow, this turned into more than I expected. That might work. Fire. Opgiver. Despairingly. Despairingly. Despairingly said. Despairingly agreed. With a smile. Just still be careful. And it's... I don't believe it's your book. I don't believe that it is you. And with that, we will end today's live stream. That went super well. We haven't even crossed 6 hours yet, and I think this was like a little over 6.5 pages. So that's great. That's amazing. Let's have a count. So, well, we can just count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's definitely going to be, let's see, this one. So daily progress of day 7. There's definitely going to be 6 pages again, and then we're going to count. We're going to count using our master sword of counting. There we have it. We're going to count. We're going to count from here actually. So we didn't take on this line yesterday. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25. That's almost a page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh my god. That is wild. Well, actually 24, because we don't count the very last sentence. So 24. Boom. That means we've written 2,413 words on this Good Friday, this day 7 of our NaNoWriMo 2025. There we have it. So let me just go in here and day 7 progress. Boom. Done. And I just need to this. Ooh, 16. The accumulated words 16,378. 16,378. out of 15,000. We are creeping ever so close. And let's just see here. So that means that our progress bar, let's just remove the jewel for just a tiny bit. And then the jewel here goes to 752. 752. 752. There we are. And will you look at that? Just how great it's going, how much we're gaining on the well, we're moving away from the daily goal. Of course, I do need to at some point make sure that I am 4 days ahead because of stuff in November. But it also means that our jewel needs to move a little bit to 715. Boom, baby! There we have it. And yeah, I believe that was it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please remember to like it and maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already. And I hope you have great NaNoWriMo adventures. Last message from Andios, as always. Yes, keeps up with tradition. Last message, also good job, dude. Thank you, guys. Thank you, dude, so much. And yeah, remember that we write our own stories, even if it's not NaNoWriMo, but it is right now and it's going great. I hope you guys have a great rest of the Friday. I hope you have a great weekend. I'm not going to stream tomorrow probably because I need to help a good friend of mine to move. If I will stream, it will be a surprise stream, but let's not count on it. And I will be back Sunday. At least I will most likely write off stream tomorrow. It's probably also a good idea to have like just a day's break. We'll see. Anyway, I should be back Sunday, so you guys have that to look forward to. I hope I have at least. And yeah, that's it. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you Sunday. Bye!